morning, DLs. Shh. Sorry that we are having school. I know everybody wanted to have a day off. Okay, but we're here. Okay, shh. Let's have a word of prayer. Let's have a word of prayer. 10th grade. Let's pray. Father, thank you for today and thank you for the moisture that you sent our way in a little bit cooler weather. But Father, just help us just to stay focused. This is our last week before the end of the grading period, before the end of the first semester. Help us to stay focused, to get things done that we need to get caught up, to get missing work turned in, etc. And but just help us, even this week as we finish, that we can stay on task of the things that are before us. Be with the teams as they travel, give them safety on the road, and then as at the game, help them keep them safe there, Father. And so Lord, just take hold of the day. Thank you for it. In that precious name, amen. Okay, we are, Jesse, what page was that? 119. We're starting the section. Don't start talking, please. Okay, last warning, guys. It's ridiculous that we have to keep telling you to be quiet. Doug, that's one. Derek, one. Okay, start page 119. The 9 evil companions examined in detail. Okay, we talked about them a little bit, but now we'll put them a little bit more into specifics here. Okay, let me get my clicker. So, the sinful person. Obviously, sinners will tempt you. Okay? This should be an obvious question, the obvious answer to this question, but can a, and I'm trying to put the adjective or adjective here to this properly. Maybe it's not an adjective, I don't know. Anyway, can a, and I'm just going to use the word and hopefully you're on track with what I'm thinking, what I'm saying. Can a Christian tempt someone to sin? Okay. Can, stop, just answer the question. Can, so how does that, quiet. How does that situation fit into letter A? Sinners will tempt you. No. No. Shh. It was just a thought that came to my mind. So when you get tempted or when you tempt somebody else, you're sinning, right? Okay. Can you ever tempt somebody if you're not sinning? Amethyst. Enough. Okay? Lena, what were you saying? Okay. I don't know, Deals, if you heard her. Lena just said that It's not always bad. Sometimes you can tempt somebody to do good. Give me an illustration and talk a little louder maybe that they can hear you. Or I'll repeat. I'll repeat. Okay? Or I'll repeat.
Well, I got a good illustration.
Okay, Doug?
So say some man dude's robbing a 7-Eleven, right? He's trying to steal like everything in the cash register.
Guys.
Sorry. He's trying to steal everything in the cash register, right? And then there's this one dumb dude who wants to fight the other dude and possibly kill the robber guy. But he tries to stop him, but bad things happen. But somehow he doesn't end up killing the robber, and the roaster.
How does that tempting? How's the tempting fit into that?
It's tempting. Oh, then let's just say you stop the robber from taking all the money. He only takes half the money.
That's tempting?
Yes.
How does that fit temptation?
I don't know, but it sounded good in my head, okay? It sounded better in my head.
Okay, Amethyst?
Oh, how about, I got a better illustration now. Subliminally messaging.
Okay,
Oh, mystery.
okay.
Yes. That is always, no matter what, you can't tempt somebody to do good. It's always temptation. See, like if you tell your kid he gets fighting over a cookie with your other kid, you gotta be like, if you don't take this cookie, I'll give you this
Um,
cookie.
10th grade. Gabby. Adrian. Enough. Put the phone away or it's mine. Guys, I need you to be quiet. Someone's trying to talk. I can't even hear them. Sophia, come here.
I have a question for now.
Okay. So, if, based upon what Amethyst read by definition, it's enticing to, if I'm paraphrasing, it's enticing to do wrong. Right? Okay. So can temptation ever come from the good? But temptation's coming from the good or the bad side? So a good can never tempt. Is that what you're saying?
No, because not everyone is like completely good. Everybody's like
Right.
we have sinful nature.
Right.
So by default, we're gonna want to sin. So therefore, we're gonna have sometimes tempt them to do. But it's not our good side doing it; it's our bad side.
That's what I'm saying. So it's not the good that's tempting, it's the bad that's tempting. Even though it's the good, but it's the bad within the good that's tempting. Okay? Right? Right? Okay. So so even though the good, the bad of the good tempts when the good of the, or the bad of the good, when the bad of the good tempts, then the good is sinning.
Tempting us to do something bad. I'm still sinning, even though I'm like part good and part bad. It's still me sinning.
So sinners will tempt. Okay.
Honestly, man, if you think about it, no matter what, usually.
Okay.
Man, if you think about it, you can't tempt somebody to do good. They gotta do it on themselves. You legit can't tempt anybody. No matter what.
Oh, well, okay, hold on. Now, coming back to Doug, keep your thought. Keep thinking about it. Shh. The verse says, let sinners, and I'm paraphrasing, let sinners not What's that next word? And you guys have been saying it. Let sinners not entice thee. Okay? And I'm paraphrasing that verse, I know. But I got the main thought of it. Okay? Enticing is putting something in front of you to have you or cause you to do wrong. Okay? So, Doug, coming to you.
What I was saying is that you legitimately can't tempt somebody to do good that God did on themselves. No matter what, if you tell your kid, okay, if you want a chocolate chip, I'll give you one later. Just give it now. You're about to get negotiating.
Is that temptation or is that enticing?
It's enticing them. You're negotiating with them. Like you can't. You legitimately can't.
Listen, oh, like your route. Okay, it doesn't matter if you manipulate someone to do good, but it doesn't matter. Even if you manipulate someone to do good, that act isn't necessarily good because it wouldn't be genuinely good fundamentally because you yourself wouldn't be doing the right choices.
Okay. Look up entice.
I can't read.
This is like, where do I tap?
Entice. Entice. Yeah. En.
I would just start crying. I can't open. Oh my God,
Why are you guys so?
I got it.
So, before we get this definition for entice, so if we came to the conclusion, I think we all have, that if we got a good person, and the person split in half, good and bad, okay, the bad side is what tempts, the good side encourages or whatever, okay, whatever else we want to put into there.
But people aren't supposed to be bad side. We're all mixed together. It's not like
Yeah,
a layered thing where one layer is bad, one layer is good.
I know,
It's like a potion.
but I'm, like she just said, I'm metaphorically speaking this just to get a picture in our mind. Now, so, now my thought. What's entice say? To be around for a desire. Let's just keep it at that last word. Okay, because sin is always good, or sin looks good to us. Okay, sin always looks good to us. I forgot that little word in there. Okay, okay, and that's what entices us. So it's the sinner part of us that tempts others. Okay, if sinners entice you, yeah, but one rule to follow: don't give in to it. Okay? Now, can enticement come to the good?
No, because nothing about good that would entice me to do it. Like, why? Like, how makes you good? No pain?
For the greater good, bro.
Like, the reason why you can be enticed is because it looks bad, it looks amazing, it looks great. Good never looks great. Good doesn't wear its best clothes. Good is plain.
Okay?
Bad.
For a few minutes, Amethyst, I'll play with you. Why can't good be enticing?
Because imagine
Hold on, hold, hold on, hold on. Gentlemen, sit down. Okay.
good wears its normal clothes. It's not appealing. Bad dresses up in a wonderful dress.
And,
So much.
okay, if,
What is good all?
okay, Amethyst, enough, okay? Now, if good can't entice you, and if you think that good is never good, then you've got a heart problem, seriously. Okay? And that heart problem is because you've allowed Satan into your life too much. Okay? Or you've allowed him in there, period. So, agreeing to do evil is sin. Okay? If you're giving into the enticement, if you're giving into the temptation, then that's sin. The consequence of giving into sin. Genesis 3:6. And when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was pleasant to the eyes, and a tree to be desired to make one wise. She took of the fruit thereof, and did eat, and gave also unto her husband with her, and he did eat. Now, let's go to the temptation. The temptation came from Satan in the form of a serpent. Satan basically, and I'm going to be paraphrasing this again, Satan basically said to Eve that God said, "Thou shalt not eat of the tree, otherwise you will be wise as God." Okay? And I paraphrased that, I know. So he made the temptation good. God did say, "Thou shalt not eat of the tree of knowledge of good and evil." Okay? Or thou shalt not eat of that tree. Satan took the temptation and twisted, in essence, God's words to make it look good for Eve. And because of that, Eve gave in, and then later on, Adam gave in, amethyst. Whoa! Enough of that. Okay? Now, rephrase that. God didn't set it up because God doesn't put you into places where you're going to be tempted. God won't tempt you, so he didn't set Adam and Eve up. The devil did. Because God has always given man the choice to choose. Huh? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. Now, so Adam and Eve, they consented and they sinned. Okay? They gave in to it. Okay? Okay, number 2. 2 Samuel 11, 2-4. Okay? And it came to pass in an evening tide, that David arose off his bed and walked up to the roof of the king's house. And from the roof he saw a woman washing herself, and the woman was very beautiful to look upon. Shh. And David sent and inquired after the woman, and one said, "Is not this Bathsheba, the daughter of Eliam, the wife of Uriah the Hittite?" And David sent messengers and took her, and she came in unto him, and he lay with her, for she was purified from her uncleanness, and she returned unto her house. So in this case, David consented to the sin. He gave in to the temptation. Okay? Genesis 39, 8 and 9. But if he refused and said unto his master's wife, "Behold, my master wotteth not what is with me in the house, and he hath committed all that he hath to my hand. There is none greater in this house than I, neither hath he kept back anything from me but thee, because thou art his wife. How then can I do this great wickedness and sin against God?" So here, Isaiah resisted not Israel, Isaiah, but Joseph resisted, and he was saved. Okay? The temptations are going to be there. Okay, the temptations will be there. The question for you is, will you give in to that temptation? if you are overcome by temptation, you can't blame anybody else, God or even Satan, for giving in to the temptation because it's your choice. Satan, shh. We have this tendency to make this statement. The devil made me do it. The devil put the temptation there. The devil didn't cause you to fall into temptation. You chose. Adam and Eve chose to eat. David chose to be with Bathsheba. Other stories in the Bible where someone chose to do wrong. A choice can be just seeing something, and seeing something, dwelling upon it. That's giving in to the temptation. Okay? Seeing something once isn't the sin. It's what you do with the thoughts, girls, that becomes the sin. Because you see it, it puts it in your mind, and it's hard to get it out of there once it's there. But the Lord can take that and block it out for you if you want him to. The worst Satan can do is tempt you. He can't make you do anything you don't choose to do. So the best thing for you to do is just to avoid the companion Satan uses to tempt you. That could be a person. That could be a material object. That could be whatever. Is there a companion that you associate with or in or whatever, however you want to put, whatever you want to put into that word companion? Is there something that is enticing, tempting you to do wrong? If so, don't be there. Get away from it. The Lord's going to bless if you say no to it. Okay? Think about those today, as many things are going to happen, I'm sure today. Things are going to come your way. Things are going to be put in front of you that you see, that you hear. Don't give in to the temptations. Okay? Just reading some of these. Okay. DLs, have a great day. We'll see you at science time. And again, sorry that we are having school today. You had to tune in. Okay? Okay, we'll catch you later.
Yes.
Maybe down the road.
I'm like, take the hit. I want to be friends.
Guys, literature books, quiet down. Amethyst, Avery.
Yeah, it's happened to me multiple times.
Yup.
And that man was 18
All right, guys, literature, turn to Unit 6, page number 100 and... Oh, I forgot about my thing. I forgot. I don't know what this is called. No, I got it this morning. Mrs. Bonilla brought it. But what is it called? A turnover? Strudel? A croissant? No, not right now. All right, guys. Shh. Guys, do you know what shush means? Doug and Derek, be quiet before I move you guys. Page number 144, guys, 144. You should have been reading the story of the Pied Piper of Hamelin. Shh. Austin. Shh, guys, stop talking. Girls, stop talking. Okay, page 144. 144. We have a new unit today. Shh, guys, stop talking. Gabby, stop talking. Okay, Unit 6, poems that rely on sound. Poems that rely on sound, okay? So this, we're going to be talking about, yes, rhyme, rhythm, and sound. Where's the remote? Onomatopoeia. How? Well, I don't really know where the remote is. Oh, I'm so blind. I got it. I got it. All right. Unit 6, poems that rely on sound. Shh. Okay? You want to know rhyme, rhythm, and sound. Rhyme is the correspondence of sounds. Rhythm is the regular recurrence of sounds. Don't get these two mixed up with the definitions. Guys, stop talking. Adrian, did you get a haircut? Did you get a haircut?
Ricky got a haircut too.
You guys are like new men, okay? Rhyme, the correspondence of sound. Shh. Correspondence of sound. So obviously words that sound like each other. Rhythm is the regular recurrence of sound. So something that kind of turns into a beat maybe with a poem. That's the regular occurrence of sound. Onomatopoeia is using words which sound like what they mean. Okay, so throughout the Pied Piper of Hamelin, we'll see some. Adrian, sit down, please, and your book should already be open. Shh. Guys, stop talking, please. All right. Bring your vocab book as well.
Mrs. Coral, is this how you say it? Onomatopoeia.
Isn't it onomatopoeia?
No, it's onomatopoeia. Onomatopoeia. Okay? Shh. Onomatopoeia. Okay? It is using words which sound like they mean. And we will see this throughout the Pied Piper of Hamelin. Okay? One thing I want you to notice on page 145, okay, page 145 with the Pied Piper of Hamelin, you want to know that it was written by Robert Browning. Okay? Mark him in your book. Robert Browning is an author you do want to know. Derek, please stop talking. Okay? And one thing to notice is the rhyme scheme within this work. Okay? If you guys don't know what rhyme scheme is, let me read the definition for you. But basically, whatever rhyme scheme, guys, stop talking and making noises. I'm not going to tell you again. Rhyme scheme. Actually, it doesn't give you one, but what a rhyme scheme is basically you label the words at the end of the sentences and it kind of tells you what pattern they are in, okay? For example, everyone look on page 145 in paragraph number 1, Hamelin's towns in Brunswick, Okay, so that's the first line. So whatever line of poetry it is, and whatever rhymes with whatever, or what words rhyme, that's what you would group together in a rhyme scheme. So, for example, sorry, Miss Willis. Okay, so class, what's the first word or the last word in the first line?
Brunswick.
Brunswick. Okay, so there's your line, Brunswick. All right, blah, 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 Brunswick. All right, so that would be your first rhyme. Okay, so we would label it as A. Okay, guys,
Wait, why
put your mask on. Everyone put your masks on. You all should know that it's already on, or that they should be on.
That's why I take it off or else it comes up anywhere.
Okay, what's the last word in the second line of the stanza, class? City. All right, does that rhyme with Brunswick? No, so we would put it as B. Okay, what's the third line? Okay, wide. Does it rhyme with either Brunswick or city? Okay, so this would be your new rhyme scheme. Okay, what about the fourth line? Side. Does it rhyme with any of these? Yes, so it would be C. Okay, next one, class? Spied. Next one? Diddy. Next one? Ago. And then so, and then pity. Okay, sorry if you guys can't see that on that other side. But notice how I'm labeling it with what they rhyme. So, A is my first rhyme. B is my second line. C, so wide, side, and spy, these are all C. Okay, Diddy, that's not rhyming with, is it rhyming with anything, class?
Yes.
City, so this would be B. Okay, what about ago? Good. Okay, it would be D. Same thing with so. And then what does pity rhyme with, class? A, B, or C? B. So our rhyme scheme would be these. It would be A, B, C, 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 B, D, D, B. Okay, so that's the first stanza. Then you just go on throughout throughout the poem, labeling different rhymes. So for example, in the second one, are any of those words rhyming with any of the ones in the above poem? Rats, cats, cradles, vats, ladles, sprats, hats, chats. Okay? Are those rhyming with any of these? No. So then you would continue on with the rhyme scheme. So rats would be E, cats would be E, cradles would be F, vats would be E, ladles would be F, sprats, hats, chats would all be E. Okay, speaking on the next page, it's still part of the second stanza. Squeaking, those don't rhyme with any of them, so we would label those G. Then back to E with flats. Okay, so that's what's a rhyme scheme. All right, rhyme scheme is what you would appear labeling rhymes in the way that they sound. So that's the rhyme scheme of the Pied Piper of Hamelin. It's always changing. Nothing is the same. So obviously A, B, C, 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 B, D, B, D. The next one E, F, E, F, E, E. All of those, it's always changing in all the stanzas. Okay, the theme of this work is always keep your promises. And if you guys didn't read the story, I'll summarize it for you. Over 500 years ago in the town of Hamelin, Germany, they suffered from what kind of infestation, class? Rats, okay? Rat infestation. So the people, they didn't know what to do. They complained to the mayor and all his advisors. The mayor and his advisors didn't know what to do exactly. They were talking about it. And as they were talking about it, a man with checked clothing, we see that in, in line, stanza number 5 on page number 146. He says, "Come in," the mayor cried, looking bigger, and in did come the strangest figure. His queer long coat from heel to head was half of yellow and half of red. And he himself was tall and thin with sharp blue eyes, each like a pin. So this man, okay, we know him as the Pied Piper, but they didn't know that he was called that yet. And he basically offers up his services to clear the rat infestation. And so he was asking for 1,000 guilders. That was obviously the payment. He was asking for 1,000 guilders in line number 95 in stanza number 6. Everyone should be turning to page 147. When I say different stanzas, make sure you guys are following along. So we're in stanza number 6, line number 95. He says, will you give me 1,000 guilders? 1, 50,000 was the exclamation point of the astonished mayor and corporation. So they're basically saying, all right, we'll pay you, sure, just get rid of the rats. So they agreed to that, and then the Pied Piper, as they called him, began to play his flute. And then all of a sudden, all these rats came out of all the houses, barns, and whatnot. We got to see that on page number 148. Lines number 110 and 111 and 112. Out of the houses, the rats came tumbling. Great rats, small rats, lean rats, brawny rats, brown rats, black rats, gray rats, ton rats, grave, old plotters, gay young friskers, fathers, mothers, uncles, cousins, all of them talking about their rats. And the reason why it's repeating so much with a different kind of rats is just to kind of remind us of the multitude of rats, but also kind of further on the rhythm. So if you read it, it's like great rats, small rats, lean rats, brawny rats. It's like that's the rhythm. It's the regular recurrence of the sound within the work. So all the rats came. He takes them to the Weser River, all of them but one drowned. Then the piper returned back asking for his guilders. We see that in stanza number 8. He says, you should have heard the Hamelin people ringing the bells till they rocked the steeple. Go, cried the mayor, and get long poles, poke out the nests, and block up the holes. They're basically saying, let's keep them away. And then the last 2 lines of stanza number 8, it says, of the piper perked in the marketplace, with the first, if you please, my 1,000 guilders. And who actually knows if they gave him the guilders or not, class? No, they didn't. They didn't give him the 1,000 guilders. But they went back on their promise. They went back on their promise, and they actually asked him. They're like, well, we're going to give you 50, if that's okay with you. He says, line number 170, but as for the guilders, what we spoke of them, as you will very well know, was in joke. He's basically saying we weren't serious in giving you 1,000 guilders. Of them, as you very well know, was in joke. Besides, our losses have made us thrifty. 1,000 guilders, come, take 50. The piper's face fell in stanza number 10, and then he cried, no trifling, I can't wait. Beside, I promised to visit by dinner time Baghdad and accept the prime. And then he's basically saying, what is it called? In line number 180, of a nest of scorpions, he's basically saying, I have other people to help out. And then he's kind of warning them. He's like, are you sure? You're not going to like the tune that I play. We see that in stanza number 11 and 12. He says, if you guys look in lines number 189 on page 150, this is the mayor talking back to the Pied Piper. He says, you threaten us, fellow. Do your worst. Blow your pipe till you burst. And the Pied Piper is threatening to play a sad tune or a tune that they wouldn't like. So once again, he plays his tune, and then this time, what followed him, class? The children followed him. The children followed him, and it even goes on to say that the parents couldn't even stop them. In lines number 197, in stanza 12, there was a rustling that seemed like a bustling of merry crowds justling at pitching and hustling. Small feet were pattering, wooden shoes clattering, little hands clapping, and little tongues chattering. And like fowls in a farmyard when barley is scattering, out came the children running, all the little boys and girls with rosy cheeks and flaxen curls and sparkling eyes and teeth like pearls, tripping and skipping, ran merrily after the wonderful music with shouting and laughter. So all the children, they start following the Pied Piper of Hamelin, and none of the parents could stop them. It says, the mayor was dumb and the council stood, unable to move a step or cry to the children merrily skipping by. None of them could move to stop their children. So he kind of headed towards the river once again, the Pied Piper did, but just before he hit the river, he kind of turned and went up a mountain. We see this in line number, stanza 18, line number 215. And the wretched counsels bosom beat as the piper turned from the high street to where the Weser rolled its water. So he was heading towards the river again, right in the way of their sons and daughters. However, he turned from south to west, and to Koppelberg Hill his steps addressed. So he turned it up to go up to a mountain called Koppelberg Hill. And and all the children were following him up the mountain. So while they were on the mountain, in line number 226, when lo, as they reached the mountainside, a wondrous portal opened wide, as if a cavern was suddenly hollowed, and the piper advanced, and the children followed. And when all were in to the very last, the door in the mountain side shut fast. Did I say all? No, one was lame and could not dance the whole of the way. And in after years, if you would blame his sadness, he used to say, he's basically saying, all of this happened. All the children followed him. When they went up the mountain, a cavern opened and swallowed all the children, except for one child who was lame and he couldn't keep up. So just before the mountain covered all the children, the mountain closed before he could go in there. And in stanza number 14, alas, alas for Hamlin, there came into many a burgher's pate, a text which says that heaven's gate opes to the rich at easy rate. As the needle's eye takes a camel in, the mayor sent east, west, north, and south to offer the piper by word of mouth. He's basically trying to find them, but he couldn't find them. And the mayor never found the children. The people never found the children. But one thing in line number 290 on page 152, it's talking about that in Transylvania, a part of Romania, there's a tribe of alien people who ascribe the outlandish ways and dress on which their neighbors lay at stress to their fathers and mothers having risen out of some subterraneous prison, which is concealed or hidden, into which they were trepanned or tricked or deceived long time ago in a mighty band out of Hamlin town in Brunswick land, but how or why they don't understand. So basically, later on it's saying there's a town, Transylvania, that comes out. Apparently the descendants were from a concealed town, and they're saying that this was from the town of Hamlin, but obviously they don't understand that, and they were later found there. Okay, and then line number 15. So Willie, let me be your wipers. Willie McCready, if you guys look on page number 152 at the definitions, Willie was Willie McCready, son of a famous actor, the boy for whom the poem was written. So Willie, let me and you be wipers of scores out of all men, especially pipers, and whether they pipe us free from rats or from mice, this is the theme of the story. If we've promised them aught, let us keep our promise. And that's the theme of this, is always keep your promises, and you want to know that, okay? Always keep your promises is the theme of the Pied Piper of Hamlin. Go ahead and turn to page 153. 153. Just mark some of these types of rhymes. You want to know the differences between them, okay? So end rhyme, the repetition of acts. Oh, odd. My bad. Give me 1 second. It's our it is our send off.
That's a nice picture.
Thank you. Okay, so types of rhymes. Okay, the repetition of the accented or stressed vowel sounds and all succeeding sounds. One thing about end rhyme is, where do they come, class? At the end. Okay, so basically Brunswick, city, wide, side, whatever comes at the end, that's an end rhyme. So that one's pretty easy. All succeeding sounds in which words come at the ends of lines of poetry. You want to know what an end rhyme is? Although end rhyme is the most common, the rhyme may also occur within the line. So this is called internal rhymes. You want to know internal rhymes? These are rhymes occurring within the lines. Sound similarities that occur between words which are not true rhymes are called approximate rhymes. So it gives you examples there. So end rhyme or Internal rhyme within the line as in shrieking and squeaking. We see that in lines number 19 in the Pied Piper of Hamelin. Line number 19 was shrieking and squeaking. Rhymes come within the same line. That's internal rhyme. And then approximate rhymes would be not true rhymes like from mice and promise. Okay, so like it looks like it rhymes, but they don't really. We see that in lines 302 and 303 in the Pied Piper of Hamelin. If you guys look right over across the page, if we've promised, let us keep our promise. Mice, okay, they don't really rhyme, but they kind of rhyme. So that's kind of the approximate rhyme. When only one syllable of words rhymes, it is called masculine rhyme. So wide, side, spied, we see that in the first stanza. One syllable words that rhyme are masculine rhymes, and then two or more syllable rhymes are feminine. So ermine, determine, vermin, or lacking, packing. So those are all feminine rhymes. Okay? Then choosing words for their sound, alliteration. You want to know alliteration? The use of initial consonant or vowel sounds that are the same. So tried and true. You'd rather be safe than sorry. So alliterations, initial consonant sounds. So beginnings of words if they're the same letter. Okay? Consonants is the repetition of final consonant sounds. So first and last. Okay, ST and ST, that's the end of the word. Loves and lives, VES. That's at the end of a line. That's consonants. You guys do want to know these and how to identify them, okay? And then assonance is the repetition of vowel sounds followed by unlike consonants, which would be mile, time, mind. All of those have the I sound followed by unlike consonants. Same thing with beach. Easy, leaf, it has the EA sound, followed by the CH, the SY, the leaf. Same thing with said, ready, regret. All of that has the E sound, followed by consonants. So that's assonance. Okay? Some onomatopoeia words to point out in the Pied Piper of Hamelin. Basically, these are words that sound like what they mean. On page 146, it's talking about shrieking and squeaking at the very top of the page, 146, talking about the women. Shrieking is the word that you can almost sound, like that almost sounds like the word, like a shriek, okay? Same thing with squeak. The word sounds like what it is. Same thing with page number 148. Grumbling, you can almost hear them like muttering to themselves. And then the houses, out of the houses the rats came tumbling. So if you imagine a horde of rats just coming out, tumbling over each other, you can kind of imagine that's what onomatopoeia is, using words that kind of sound like what they mean. And on page 150, there was a rustling that seemed like a bustling, hustling. Kind of, you can imagine children running, clattering, talking about wooden shoes. They make that clatter sound. That's onomatopoeia. So words that sound like what they mean. Okay? So tonight, go ahead and read pages 154. That's honestly the only poem. 154, we'll talk about that tomorrow. 154, just one small poem. Go ahead and put that away. And then quickly, I'm going to pass out the essays. Actually, I'll pass that out on the end. And then you guys, if you guys have any questions, you can ask me. But go ahead and take out your grammar books really quickly. Shh, grammar books. Page number 120, 120. Okay, so we just talked about verbs. By the way, your quiz 5B is tomorrow. Okay, 5B for vocab. Okay, so read your words. 5B, you should have written your roots, your prefixes, and your suffixes. Okay? And your 5B words. So that should have been Friday's homework. Tonight, write your 5B words twice. I'll write that on the board, but let's go over page 120 real quick. Recognizing nouns, okay? We just talked about what verbs are. Verbs obviously show action. They link words together, and they help other verbs out. So you want to mark what a noun is. We should all know what a noun is. It's a word that names a person, place, thing, or idea. Okay, so things are nouns. All right, persons, doctor, sister, Thomas, clerk. Places, Europe, Colorado, the garden, country. Those are all places. Those are all nouns. Okay. Number 2, a common noun names a person, place, thing, or idea, but does not say which particular one. Okay. Adrian, put your head up. So it names a person. All right. Girl, microwave, basketball. Those are all common nouns. Okay. A proper noun names a particular person, place, or thing, and always begins with a capital letter. Okay. Jesse, that's a proper noun. Doug, that's a proper noun. Okay. Banning, it's naming the specific place. Okay. Those are all proper nouns. Number 4, a concrete noun names whatever exists as physical or material substances. Okay, physical substances is concrete, something that you can touch, hold. So house, earth, book, grass, those are all concrete nouns. Desk, bottle, book. Okay, something that you can touch, hold, see, whatever. Number 5, an abstract noun names a quality, state, activity, or general idea. Strength. Okay, you can't hold strength. Honor, you can't touch honor. Mercy, goodness, those are all abstract nouns. Those are concepts, ideas, but are still nouns. Collective nouns are names, a group in singular form. So herd, team, flock, club, orchestra. Collective nouns, even though there's a bunch of people on a team as a whole is a collective noun. Okay, compound noun is 2 or more words used as a single noun. So that would be first and last names, titles, the word sister-in-law, all of those words that are combined to make a compound noun. And then number 8, a substantive is a convenient term that refers to any word, phrase, or clause that functions as a noun. So anything that is functioning as a noun is also called a substantive. Okay, if you don't want to use the word noun, it's a substantive. So pronouns can be nouns. Verbal phrases, we'll go over those later. But we talked about verbals. Gerunds, those are used as nouns. That could be a substantive or a noun clause, all of those. Okay, those are all substantives. All right, let's do number 1 together. Circle all abstract nouns in the following sentences. Box all collective nouns. Underline compound nouns. Okay, so you're circling abstract nouns, so ideas, general ideas or activities, a state of something. And then you're boxing collective nouns, so like words like the team or like a herd. Okay, obviously there's a bunch of cows within a herd, but it as together is a collective noun. Then you're underlining all the compound nouns. Okay, so go ahead, let's do number 1. All riders of bicycles must show respect for safety rules. Okay? Are there any abstract nouns there? Really? Respect. Okay? You can't hold respect. You can't touch respect. That's an abstract noun. But it's still a thing. Okay? And then also rules. Awesome. Okay? Rules, you can't touch rules. That would be abstract. Okay? Any collective nouns in that sentence? Not exactly. Riders can be individual people. They're not exactly a group right here. So we would also underline that, right? Riders is a noun. What else in that sentence?
Wait, no, I thought you underlined all compound nouns.
Oh, compound nouns. You're right. Not common nouns. My bad. Okay? Riders would be a common noun. Bicycles would be a common noun, but you don't have to underline riders or bicycles. Okay, number 2, a good crowd came to watch the faculty play in the seniors in basketball. Play the seniors in basketball. Okay? Are there any abstract nouns, class? No. Good. Nouns. Abstract nouns. Okay? So anything that you can't touch, anything you can't physically see, feel, those are all abstract. Okay? So there are none. Any collective nouns? Good. Crowd and faculty. Seniors wouldn't be collective. That's just their class. Okay? Any compound nouns? This one would be, yes, basketball is 2 words made into one, so that would be a compound noun. Okay? Number 3, strength and grace from the Lord sustained him in his time of sorrow. Any abstract nouns here? Okay, strength, grace, and sorrow, but also time. Good. Okay. No collective nouns here and no compound nouns here. Number 4, at the airport, an excited group of supporters greeted the governor and his family. Good. Group is a collective noun. Also, family. Okay, it's looked at as one unit, but there are a lot of people within a family. Okay, and then airport is also a compound noun. Air and port, 2 words put together. Number 5, the sergeant at arms maintains orders at all meetings of our club. Okay, are there any abstract nouns? Order. Good. Order is a thing that you can't actually touch. Your book is saying also meetings, an abstract noun. It's quality, state, activity. So I would put this underneath activity. And then are there any collective nouns here? Yeah. Which one? Club. Good. A bunch of people are within a club, but then there's a lot of, the club is looked at one. Sergeant at arms is compound noun. Awesome. Sergeant at arms is a compound noun. Okay? Do 6 through 10 tonight for homework. Okay, page 120, 6 through 10. Write your words 5B twice. We do have a quiz tomorrow. So we have, let's see, 2 minutes. Everyone look at that real quick. Vocab book. List 5B. Last thing, page number 39. This is words ending in ence, ance, ency, ancy, ent, or ant. So basically, you're telling differences between e or a. Okay? So make sure when you're studying these, one thing that will really help you is to study these exactly the way that they are spelled. Even though the way that they are not sounding, no one says brilliant, okay? But people say brilliant, right? But that'll help you study which goes there. Brilliant, A goes there. Consistent, convenience, dependent, okay? Practice those exactly how they are, and that'll help you memorize A or E, okay? Look at number 6. Notice how that is an exception to the rule. Exception to the rule is efficient. That is your rule on page number 4. Rule number, which is adding the suffix to a word. So not exactly taking out the E, but you just want to know that it's an E there and you're keeping the E. That's the exception to the rule there, but not really applying to what this list is. It's E-N-T-E, A-N-T-E, E-N-C-E, A-N-C-E, A-N-C-Y, or E-N-C-Y. So basically A or E, okay? Are there any questions about that? All right, and then make sure you are studying your roots, your prefixes, and your suffixes. That was due this morning, so if you have not turned that in already, please do. And that's it for, I can Google it for you. But yeah, that's it for today. Are there any questions? There were a lot of questions on the test that should have been asked before the test. So make sure if you have any questions at all that you ask before the test, before anything, because I always ask if there are any questions. Okay? Let me know if you have any questions. I'm going to pass out our
Hello, welcome distant learners. Hopefully you're doing well, nice and warm at home. Shh. Doug, make sure your mask is on. Derek, make sure your mask is on as well. No, you don't get to eat anymore. I said finish your chip and then put it away. That's what I said. All right, hopefully you... Shh. Guys. Rick. Adrian. If you're not acting like 5-year-olds, I'm going to treat you like 5-year-olds. All right, put everything away and pull your notes out. All right, guys, we have our notes. Lena, shh. Welcome back. Hope you had a great birthday. But we are back. Hopefully some people remembered. Yes, we're going to in a second. Shh. Doug, Derek, no more at this point. Okay, we're going to start our notes. Before we do, we are going to pray, so any prayer requests? Yes, ma'am. Okay, pray that he's safe. Everything's okay with that situation. Yes, sir. Yes, we can pray that we are still able to play our basketball game today. If we do, give us safety of travel. Maybe some roads are flooded or something. And safety of health while we're at the game. We're supposed to play at the MAP today. It's about an hour and 20 minutes with traffic. So that's cool. Yes, but pray for that. Any other prayer requests? Pray for distant learners at home. Pray for you guys all to finish the grading period well and strong. Do not let the grades slip at the last moments, because we do have some things that could affect your grades this week. Yes, sir? That's not going to happen, but you can hope for it. All right, let's pray, and then we will begin. We need to catch up on some notes since I was gone. We missed our class period last time, so let's catch up on some notes. Let's pray. Dear Heavenly Father, Lord, thank you for today. Thank you for maybe the little difference in scenery. A little bit of rain. We had a little bit of snow in some areas, some slush in some areas. Thank you for allowing us to have that, whether we like it or not. It is a cool little scenery change. Please help all these students, Lord, this week. Keep them safe from sickness. With the climate changing a lot, sometimes people can get sick. Allow them to stay healthy through this time. Bless them also in their studies, Lord, to finish out this grading period well with whatever quizzes or tests or homework they have in any classes this week. Please help distant learners stay diligent with their time and on the stream, as I know it's easy to get distracted and not want to listen while you're at home. Please allow them to make sure they stay on top of it. Please help all these students if they have any unspokens, Lord, anything going on in their life. Give them peace, strength, wisdom, whatever they may need with whatever task they have this week. Also, please help Sophia's dad, Lord, in the situation there. Please help everything to be okay and allow it to clear up here in the next couple days, Lord, for everything to be worked out. Also, please help the basketball game, Lord, that we're able to still have it today. Give us that safety of travel there and back, Lord. Safety of the students and the athletes as we go to the game and play. Safety during the game and safety of health, as obviously it is a little bit of a risk having the sports. Please bless all these students, Lord, for us to have a good day today in class. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Sadly, I hope we do have a game because I brought a bunch of cookies, dude.
So do you want to know? I really hope we have a game today. So
I brought
crazy.
Dude, I bought 24 chocolate chip cookies. And they're good because I ate about 6 of them last night. They're good. That's my weakness, guys. Chocolate chip cookies.
Are you serious?
If they're good. If they're not, I don't want them. What?
He's like, if they're not good, I don't even want to.
I won't eat them. I'm very picky. But if they're good, I do like cookies. Chocolate chip cookies, homemade. Well, theoretically, you guys aren't allowed to bring homemade stuff right now, so I don't want it. Sorry.
What if I take a video of me wearing gloves?
Cool. All right. Yes, ma'am. TVs. Where's the remotes?
It's right there in front of you, bro. Emphatically,
You are right. Because it's usually right here. Or right here. But it was right here.
Sometimes not everything's going to be handed to you.
That is true. Sometimes you have to look for it.
Sometimes life's about
Actually, Mrs. Coral will give me a task of, hey, can you go grab this? And I'll go to where she said it was, and it's not there. She's like, keep on looking. And then I look, and then I come back. She's like, it always takes you a minute to find things sometimes. Because I usually have a quick mind. I do, things, and if I don't see it, I'm just like, all right, it's not there. But sometimes it has been there, and it just takes me a little bit longer.
sometimes life
It's all not want to get so much. I'll go look, but I don't even look. I feel like it's not there.
So you're lazy. Your story's different than mine. You're lazy.
Yeah, no, I just. Because they call it so much.
All right.
I'm like, no.
Make sure our masks are on, Rick. Doug, make sure our masks are on. Where did we leave off in notes? To be honest, it's been a while.
Did you know that every
It's
single
been a
time you
while.
walk through a doorway in 2030, your mind like literally forgets things? So that's why when you walk into a room and you're like, wait, why am I here? It's an actual trick.
Whoa, yeah. What's that
We're on 32 or we left off 32?
We're on 32.
All right. It has been a while since we had notes in this class. Okay, so let's try to catch up a little bit as we did get behind on the notes. Homework, you guys should be on par. If you have finished and forgot to turn in your homework from Friday, okay, basketball players, if you did not get it, which you should have, okay, you can ask me again. It will be due today or tomorrow. Okay, other students, it is due today. So if you have not turned in your homework yet, turn it in right now. Okay, if it's not turned in, I've already taken everything. So if it's not turned in, you will receive, sadly, a fat 0. Not a skinny 0, a fat one.
No.
A fat 0. All right, here we go. Back into history. It's been a while. Shh. Okay, note number 32. Hopefully, distant learners, you're doing well. Good to see all of you. Adam, Lacey, Jeremiah, Jaden. Hopefully, you can come back tomorrow. Giselle and Yuvia, good to see all of you. If you guys need anything, let me know. Check my schoolwork, see what you're missing. Again, if something doesn't have a grade or a 0 or missing, it could mean I haven't graded it yet. Or if you sent it to me and you're like, hey, I know I sent that to you, just tell me what you sent it through, whether message, my schoolworks, email. I'll go back and check, see if you sent that to me. All right, moving on to the notes, as I keep on saying. Okay. Yes, you may, quickly. Okay, Charles did not have the funds to raise an army, so he had no choice but to end his personal rule and call Parliament back into session to help him in the planned invasion of Scotland. All right, at this time period, a little bit of a review. We see, remember, okay, this whole nation, we're talking about England now, okay, under this time, okay, wanting to grow, and now they're becoming their own power. Okay, but we see Scotland, okay, because they would not have freedom anymore, they were kind of separating. That was kind of what we talked about last. Okay, and because of this, Charles is going to be like, hey, no, I'm going to make you under me. Okay, so we see this thing, or these funds and these things happening. Okay, Parliament refused to grant any taxes until the king addressed their grievances. Okay, Charles was forced to agree to their demands. Okay, basically Charles wants to overtake Scotland again. Okay, but Parliament says, hey, we're not just going to help you, okay, with nothing in return. Okay, you need to do this, and then we will help you. Okay, is basically what happened. It's starting to get bright out. See, there's no way we're not going to the game. There's no way. Well, it's the weather. It's the weather. It's supposed to possibly rain or slush snow again. It's danger. It's true. Around 1:15. I know, I saw. That's why they're saying they're trying to tell me. Both. The van is whether the driver wants to drive or not, and then the safety of traveling is the more important one.
Whatever happened to Lynn Sandy?
He quit basketball. Yeah, he don't play anywhere anymore. All right, here are the demands of Parliament to Charles. Here are the demands. Okay, a little bit lengthy part. I'm sorry. I don't know how many. Hopefully it's not a lot of blanks in your notes. Okay, first we see laws requiring the government to raise money only through taxes established by Parliament. Okay, again, not giving him full authority. Okay, we also see the kings and ministers were also limited in their power to persecute religious offenders. Okay, people that oppose them. Okay, and lastly, we see Parliament passed a measure that prevented the king from dissolving the assembly as he had done before. Okay, now one of these basically things or rules, things they want the king to do is like, hey, okay, you got rid of us once. Remember, he got rid of everyone that didn't agree with him. All right, you're not eating that right now. You said you were going to the restroom. No, you went and heated up or did your food. You went to get water.
No, I went
to get water for food.
No, I got the water from the fountain. I actually did go to the restroom and then come out.
No, I saw you.
Yeah, I did.
I saw you the whole time.
I wasn't even there.
Yes, you were.
No, I wasn't. It was right on the gut.
Next time, If you ask for the restroom, that's all you do. You don't need to get your noodles right now. You can get it after class. Okay, so we see Parliament making this thing, hey, you will never get rid of us again. We want an even government. Okay, this resulted in a 13-year-long session known as the Long Parliament. Okay, so just remember, the Long Parliament, that time period, is this period of time that Parliament had this power back. Okay, where the king had not authority over them, could not dissolve them again. Okay, this is what happened during this time. Okay, which is going to bring us to this important event. Yes, sir. You can borrow my pen. Way to catch it. Everyone good on these? All right, keep on writing. I'm just awaiting Mr. S's message. That's why I keep on pressing it, seeing if he texts me. Jesse's like, I hope you don't have a game. You want to know who you would be if we lived in a world of Batman? You'd be a villain. You want to know who? You'd be Penguin.
I'd be a villain too.
He would be Penguin. He would be Penguin. He's very thinker and
Ew, those eyes.
yeah, you know. No, Douglas would be a Robin. He would be a Robin. He'd be assistant of Batman.
What would I be?
I'd have to think about it. I have to think of all the characters. Shh. All right, moving on. Guys, I'll talk about it later. Shh. All right, bring it back. Attention, Gabby, give it back. You don't need it to write on your hand right now. Give it back. All right, moving on. This time period or event you need to know. Shh. Okay, the Grand Remonstrance. Okay, this was passed by Puritans in Parliament in November, that should be on November 1641. No, in would be right. In November 1641.
How do you pronounce that? Grand what?
Remonstrance. Okay, it was a document stating additional grievances against the king. Okay, again, having these things to go against the king. Adrian, have your mask on, please. Okay, including statements regarding Puritan religious reform and further limitations of the king's power. Okay, again, basically this Grand Remonstrance is saying, hey, we want to continue to have our freedom of religion. Remember, we have the Puritans, the Separatists, the Independents. Okay, they don't want the king to take that away again, as we've seen them give them freedom and then take it away and give them freedom and then take it away. Okay, all these different things. Okay, this was set in place. Okay, this was a document set in place stating, hey, this will give us our freedom. Limiting the king's power so he does not have absolute monarchy. Okay, but because of this, everyone good on this one? All right, keep on writing. Nice hoodie, Austin. I wish I could have played them, even though our team would have probably lost by 30 or 40. But I wish I could have played them. Cal Baptist.
Wait, West Coast against Cal Baptist?
Yeah, that would have been fun.
Bro, you guys lost by 6.
We lost by 40.
Oh, with your team.
Yeah, West Coast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying the team.
Oh, now? Yeah, they probably lose by 60.
Masters lost to.
They probably lose by 60. Yeah, they probably lose by 60.
It was like 80.
No, but my teams would probably lost by 40.
Probably like 40.
As usual. All right. Against D1 colleges, yes, if you don't know the different levels of colleges, you won't understand. There is a big difference. I basically played in D3. They play D1. Large difference.
They play in Cal Baptist is low D1, so
Yeah.
people that are even better than them way better.
Way better.
High D1 Duke is just basically
Yeah.
through the roof.
Which would beat Cal Baptist by 30 or 40.
Yeah.
Not all the time. Sometimes there's upsets. They could. They wouldn't, but they could. Okay, because of this, as conflict between the king and parliament, again, between the government and the king, okay, it continued to grow. And each side prepared for a war. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, we're going to see a war because of it, as we've seen in different times of history and in different places.
Like America right now.
Not yet. If Trump would have became president, yes, probably, honestly.
No.
Shh, I get to talk, not you. Okay?
Bro, you're
If
the
you guys
overreacting.
actually know politics a little bit, okay, sadly, I do know a little bit, certainly because I had to teach government this year. All right, if Trump would have became president, would more morals be held? Yes, but there would have been more anarchy, guaranteed.
They're
Guaranteed. Guaranteed. Well, you're mad too, so I guess it's the same both ways.
They would have had that a businessman got it.
It doesn't matter. That's not why. There's a lot of things. People don't like people. Okay, so the people that fought for the king during this time, just like as we have other people, just like Adrian falsely stated the different coats during the French and American Revolution. Okay, but the people that fought for the king, or sorry, those who rose against the king, okay, were known as Roundheads. These were the people that fought against the king. Okay, they earned their nickname from their hair, which they wore short cuts in the shape of a bowl. Okay, they got it from their head. Basically, they all did buzz cuts. Okay, so they didn't have to deal with their
They
hair.
weren't buzz cuts, they were like bowl cuts, literally.
Yeah, it's both. It was like a style basically to fit under the helmet. So they didn't have hair coming outside of the
Oh my
helmets.
gosh, I was for the Roundheads until I figured
Did
out
you know that's how people, not many people obviously do it today, okay, but when people still did like those kind of bow or bowl cut, whatever you call it, they literally put a bowl on top and then just shaved the hair around.
me when I was 5.
Happened to you? That's so funny. That's funny.
Yeah, it did happen to me.
All right, so again, people that fought against the king were who? Okay, the people that fought for the king, okay, or those who were for the king, are known as the Cavaliers, not Cleveland, or else they would have lost. Okay, Cavaliers. Okay, these are the people that wore their hair in long ringlets after the French fashion.
It's like basically like,
It's just like a fashion statement, guys.
good like that, honestly.
Oh my gosh!
Like they wanted the long flowy hair where they're like, oh, look at my hair. And then the other ones were like, we don't want any hair, distraction. Zoop.
Freedom, but they were wrong. It was a
Battle for hair. It was.
I get along great.
Shh. And because of this, we have, is everyone good with this? We have the English Civil War. The English Civil War, which I cannot talk, began officially in August 22nd, 1642. Sometimes this math really chokes you up, you know. Okay, when the king raised his banner in the town of Nottingham. What?
No, I don't know.
It really does sometimes.
You know what? If Mr.
Ask me
Cole
later.
were a rapper, I feel like he'd have grills, like silver.
Nice shoes, Doug. I have some of those shoes.
No, I feel like he'd have like those like.
Shh. I don't care what you feel. Rick, quiet. You're talking too much. Okay, which is going to bring us, so this English Civil War has begun, and we need to know some of these men. Okay, first is Oliver Cromwell. I actually have a very close friend of mine. His last name is Cromwell, and he's English. So he probably came from somewhere around, his heritage somewhere around here. Not saying he's from this Cromwell, but you never know. Okay, and honestly, he looks a little bit like this guy. Maybe I'll show you a picture later. He's 6'8". Okay, so he's tall, but he kind of has like that nose and narrow face. He did. I grew up with him, though, from Michigan, too. Okay, but Oliver Cromwell, okay, he built a reputation as a military genius. Okay, people were soon saying that Cromwell's successes proved that he was God's chosen instrument. Okay, rather than the king, this guy was basically winning. He was a genius. Okay, that's what that means. He's smart. He won a lot. Okay, if he didn't win a lot, they wouldn't call him a genius. All right, he's a genius. Okay, so they're like they've done before. They wrongly say, oh, this man is sent from God to save us because he's a genius and we're winning all these battles. Okay, is that true? No. Everyone good on this one?
Totally.
Good. All right, Cromwell imposed the strictest possible discipline on his troops. Okay, his 22,000 troops became known as the New Model Army.
What happened to the old?
Or rather,
Are they models?
this was like a new style. They were very fundamental, very by the book. Okay, they obeyed his law. They were basically like his robots.
It's like how strict.
Very strict. Okay, they were also known because of his strictness, also known as iron sides.
What do you mean by strict?
Strict, yeah, lots of like, hey, you need to do this, you're disciplined, you listen on every command.
Wearing a skirt.
I like your hoodie, Mr. Cole.
Thank you, man.
You're the black sheep, man.
Thank you, man. All right, which is going to bring us to a battle we need to know. Our first battle we need to know of this time period. Cool. Everyone good on this one? So know what were Cromwell's troops called? You just need to know one of them. Ironsides or New Model Army. Probably Ironsides will be easier. Okay, but the Battle of Marston Moor. We have a few battles we need to talk about. Adrian, Be quiet. I've already given you a warning. Don't look back at them and talk. Be quiet. Okay, the Battle of Marston Moor. Okay, this is where the tide turned in the favor of the Roundheads. Who did the Roundheads fight for?
Against the king.
Against the king. Okay, so for the rebellion. All right, on July 2nd, 1644. Austin, shh. Remember, if you have a comment, raise your hand. Okay, Cromwell personally led a charge that routed a Cavalier army. Who were the Cavaliers?
The guy for the king.
Long hairs.
They fought for the king. Interesting way to remember it, Amethyst. Okay, the Ironsides continued to strike at the king's forces for the next year. Okay, this battle was kind of a turning point at this time. Not saying the war is finished. Okay, but it was a turning point. And for the next year, they're just going to keep on pushing at the Cavaliers, the king's men. Keep on pushing and pushing during this time period. Okay, but will bring us to our next battle, which is the climax of this war. Everyone good on this one? The Battle of Marston Moor? Everyone good? Everyone good? All right, we have the Battle of Naseby. The Battle of Naseby. Okay, this is the climax of the war. Do we know what climax means? The peak. The peak. Thank you. Okay, at least we know. Adrian, chair down. Avery, chair down. We don't want any concussions today. Not that I don't trust you. I also don't want any broken chairs today. Austin, what did I say about your comments? And obey. Austin, obey. All the way down. Okay, this is the climax of the war. It was fought on June 14th, 1645. Okay, this is where the Roundheads decisively defeated the Cavaliers. Climax, meaning the peak, like you guys said. And now we're going to see the decline of the war. Okay, or basically the means to the ends of the war. Naseby. Okay, within a year, the last of the king's forces had either died or surrendered. And because of this, the king had fled to Scotland. Okay, England, although he was worried about Scotland and to begin with, okay, England actually turned against him, Parliament, all these people, and so he flees to this land that he actually wanted to bring back to his stead. Okay, driving the conservatives from Parliament, Cromwell's army and the remaining members of Parliament deposed the king and set up a new government. Okay, so basically the king, and remember how he got rid of all Parliament and all the government officials and made them only people that would follow him. Okay, now Cromwell basically went in, rooted out everyone that followed the king, took them out, and now they established this new government. Man, government just changes all the time. It's kind of weird. I wouldn't even know what to follow. Okay, on January 30th, 1649, did anyone need me to go back?
Yes, please.
We're almost done for today, just a few more. Our goal is to finish this chapter before this week is over. We'll see if we can do that. It's a little bit longer, so we'll see. Everyone good? Yeah, it hadn't snowed or anything all morning. We literally open our door to leave our apartment, and then it just starts like the little hail slush instantly. I get in the car, I pull out of the apartment, it stops snowing. It's like, what in the world? So I'm like, going like this. Yeah.
Since it started snowing, I was like, okay, I gotta rush down here. I'm running down and it stopped snowing. Like, really?
Yep, it was dumb. It was dumb. All right, on January 30th, 1649, so just a few years later, okay, the so-called Rump Parliament declared, so this new parliament, this new form of government, okay, declared King Charles I guilty of treason. And because of this, had him beheaded. He said,
Isaac,
he gone.
say the treason thing. It's treason then.
Okay, which is, Doug. Shh. Okay, which is going to bring us to our next term, which is our new form of government England will have. Let you guys have time to write this one all the way down. Yes, ladies, you have a game tomorrow. JV has a game tomorrow as well. Yes.
Wait, did you get anything? Did you get the text from Mr. S?
I have not yet, dude. I'm kind of a nervous wreck.
I know.
Dude, that's so annoying.
Well, because the thing is, it's like,
when you get sent to the office,
no, it's just
you wait
like,
for an hour before they call you in, you're
it's
like,
just
"I
like
don't
school.
want it, just lecture me all
It's
day."
just like school. So like last night, we had to text everyone. I'm sure all of you got a text, or your parents got a text. Hey, school could be canceled. It's like you want to like either call it ahead, so say, hey, we're having school or we're not having school, but they kept on like waiting till the moment of. The thing is, you just have to call it. Just like, hey, we're not going to have school. If it snows or rains, we've already canceled. If you're having school, you have school.
Come on, Ricky, make your move already.
Shh. Okay, but that's kind of what's happening. We're just waiting for a decision, but just make one. Just say, hey, we don't know what the weather's going to be, so we're just going to, because we don't know, we're going to say no game. Or say, hey, we don't know what the weather's going to be. It looks fine right now, so we'll have a game. Just make a decision. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, Isaac? Yeah, you know what I'm saying, Jesse? Just make a decision, dude. All right, this new form of England's new government is called the Commonwealth. This would be its headquarters. Okay, but England's new government is known as the Commonwealth. Okay, it was proclaimed a republic of government ruled by the elected representatives of the people. Okay, we see this form of democracy ruled by the people rather than by one man or a monarchy.
This is good.
Everyone good on this one? Okay, because this new government is established, Cromwell, don't forget about him, he's important. He has a lot of influence during this time. Okay, Cromwell's going to set up this thing called the Protectorate. The Protectorate. Okay, it's set up by Cromwell in 1653 when he dissolved the old parliament, which was basically the king's parliament. Okay, because of this, Oliver Cromwell will be known as Lord Protector. Oh, Protector. All right, Lord Protector. And because of this, he gained even more power than the previous kings. All right, he was not a king, okay, but because he was a military genius, because he overthrew all of this old parliament, okay, people respected him. And they basically said, hey, okay, we're doing this form of new government, this democracy style of government. All right, but you're going to be our Lord Protector. You're going to protect us military-wise, and you're going to give us wisdom and guidance through other calls. Okay, so they gave him, it wasn't taken, he did not take it or want it, but they gave him more power than some of the previous kings. Okay, as Lord Protector, Oliver Cromwell divided the country into districts. Okay, he's like, hey, let's not just be like one main country. Okay, it's kind of hard. Okay, just like the United States, we're not just like, we are one country, but we're not just like one landmass, no division, we're ruled by one. All right, we have states. Okay, and within states we have governors, and with governors we have other people ruling under him, legislators and different things. All right, so we see this form and this style of government and distinction of land, okay, being made under Oliver. Okay, he made the country into districts, each with a major general, cavalry, militia ruling over them. Basically, hey, we're splitting you all up like Wales and all these different Birmingham and all these different areas of England today, their districts, okay, and then militarize them. Say, hey, okay, we're also going to give you power, a little strength, okay, so another district can't just come and take over. Okay, which is going to bring us to Richard Cromwell. I'm telling you, my friend Josh looks like these people. He kind of has that bigger nose, slender face. Josh Cromwell. I'll show you. It kind of looks like him. All right, Richard Cromwell succeeded his father as Lord Protector in 1658. Shh. Okay, but sadly, his son Richard was not quite as strong as his father. Okay, Richard quickly fell from power. He just could not hold or sustain the power like his father did. He did not have the respect like his father did. He was kind of given the position by name rather than by his experience. Okay, and probably our last note for today, Parliament opened negotiations with, ooh, look at that, Charles is back. But not Charles I because he was beheaded, okay, but his son, Charles II. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, he arrived at England from France. Okay, his father was beheaded. They're like, hey, our family needs to get out of here, okay? We are going to die if we don't. Okay, so they left. They left to France. Okay, they thought they'd be safe there. Okay, but they hear Oliver Cromwell is gone. Okay, he's passed. His son has taken Lord Protector, and they're like, hey, this guy's weak. Okay, people aren't satisfied with him. Let's try to go take over again. Okay, so by 1662, so about 2 years later, after Charles II came back to England, his homeland, the monarchy of Charles II was fully restored, which is sad. Okay, they worked so hard and they got rid of this monarchy, and it only took 2 years for people to draw right back to it because of this. All right, we're going to...
That girl going back to her abusive
Shh.
boyfriend. Like, why, man?
It's not the same, but yes, I get you. All right, that is it for the notes. For homework. For homework. Please remind me of the questions you guys did on Friday. On page 263, correct?
Yeah, we finished it.
Perfect. All right, we are doing page 267. Page 267. Section 3 review, questions 1 through 4, all. Page 267, Adrian, you should be writing this down. What I say about touching Isaac, stop touching him. Keep your hands to yourself. We're not 5 years old anymore. You're a 9th and 10th grader. This is the last time I'm saying it. This is why I told you. Page 267, Section 3 review, questions 1 through 4, all. That will be due tomorrow. We'll probably have a quiz, not tomorrow, but probably on Wednesday or Thursday. We'll review for it beforehand. Okay. Also, the goal is to have a test at the end of the week. We'll see if we can do that. If not, we'll just have it when we're able to have it. Any questions? If not, you can start working on that homework. You have 5 more minutes, so you should honestly be able to finish most of it. Distant learners, let me know if you have any questions. Message me, MySchoolWorks me. I'll try to help you best I can. We will see you tomorrow as well.
All right, welcome to Geometry. We're going to get started. You guys have today the proof portion of Test 4. So those of you who are distance learners, it should already be on Google Classroom. I'll double check right after I hop off here. But it should be on Google Classroom already. There, you should have a paper somewhat like this. You can either print it and fill it out and send me a picture on Google Classroom, or you can go through and write your answers on separate paper and turn it in that way on Google Classroom as well. If you do not have a printer, that's fine. Real quick, a couple notes about this. First of all, this is open book, open supplement. Your terms portion tomorrow will not be. Okay, so make sure you guys study up tonight for that. Also, the reason why I'm not giving it until tomorrow. Okay, so that because that way it's a single shot. All right, then quiet. Then one other thing to note: every blank here is 3 points each. This portion of the test is only worth 18 points. So most of it will be tomorrow. Let me see here. That will again be closed book. What else was I going to mention? Distance learners, I'll send you guys a code on My School Works tomorrow morning for that portion of the test. Guys. And then, let me see here. What else was I going to say? Oh, real quick hint on this. That's what I wanted to do. Okay? With the exception of the very last step. Guys, hint. Hint, hint, hinty, hint. With the exception of the very last step, every single one of these has an and, as in there's two things that you're writing in each blank. Okay? So I'm mentioning that now with the exception of the very last one. Each blank is worth 3 points. This is worth 18 points of your test. The other 82 will be on the terms portion tomorrow. Distance learners, if you have questions, feel free to text or email me. But past that, you guys can go and get started, and I'll see you guys later. Again, today's portion is open book.
Okay, welcome, guys. Everybody take out a piece of paper. Take out a piece of paper for a reading quiz. Ricky, let's put it away for right now. Okay, this will go for your 8.2. There it is. Nothing on there? Sorry, guys. Where's my mouse? Where's my cursor? I mean, there it is. I told you it was there. There it is. Okay. Guys, no more talking, okay? You have plenty of time to talk instead of in class. Doug, Isaac, take your quiz. Ricky, are you doing this or are you just going to give me an answer? Quiet. Is there anybody in here not finished? Not finished? Okay, here's your answers. All false except 10. Okay, Giselle, excuse me, Derek. Isaac. Hey, quiet. Andrew. Amethyst. Austin. Maya. Doug. Sophia. Melina. Adrian. Gabby. Jesse. Ricky. Avery. 9. Elijah. Okay. Okay, DLs, if you did these, just send me a copy of those with the plus whatever on there, okay? Okay. Let's do a little bit of review. What's the bending of a path of a wave as a result of a change in the wave speed? Refraction. What is a piece of glass or other substance that is especially designed to refract light? Lenses. You're on the right track, though. What type of lens curves outward and causes rays of light passing through it to bend inward and converge on a point? Convex lens. Wait till I'm finished, please. What type of lens curves inward and causes rays of light passing through it to bend outward? Concave. What is the phenomenon that occurs when light rays from a distant object are refracted by heated air so that the object appears to be nearby? Mirage. What is the twinkling of a star called? Starts with an S. Pretty close. Scintillation. Okay. What is the semicircular arc of colored bands of light in the sky? If you miss this on the test, I don't know. Okay. She said something. I just was wondering what you were doing. Okay. That's fine. Grab a tissue. I don't care. Grab a tissue. You got a tissue. Good. Good. Okay. Lacey, you need to, not right now, but text Isaac and tell him to get his act straightened out. Okay? Okay? Not to be so,
Whoa, Mr. Brown, nobody said it.
You said definitely talk about the customers.
Wait, what do I get?
his attitude needs to be a little bit of adjustment there. Okay? Interference of light. Okay? Well, we've been talking about this a little bit here, a little bit there. But interference is just the mutual reinforcement or cancellation that occurs when two or more waves meet. Now, Ricky, do you have your notes out? Okay. Doug, do you have yours out? Derek, do you have your notes out? That's a good idea. Adrian, got yours? Good. The reason I'm asking you guys is because you are procrastinators of turning them in. And if you got them out, you'd fill them in, you could turn them in when you're supposed to. Okay? Plain and simple. Real easy. Well, when light waves are in phase, okay, constructive interference. Now, what is constructive interference? Constructive is the positive, okay? They're joining together, okay? No interference, making a stronger wave. Things are more clear, okay? When light waves are out of phase, the light darkens because of destructive interference. Destructive interference is when one wave is causing the other wave to distort, okay? So when light waves are exactly half a wavelength out of phase, they completely cancel out, okay? Huh? Now, iridescence of light. Iridescence, why are we talking? Pencil's put away. Pen is out. Pen is clicked. My pencil. Now, iridescence of light. Iridescence is just the process in which the colors are produced by the interference. Okay, so they go hand in hand. It's what comes out of the refraction, or possibly even the reflection. Diffraction, under obstacles diffraction, is the spreading of a wave as it passes by an obstacle or through a narrow gap. Okay? So as the light's coming in, it diffracts through this narrow gap and then spreads out accordingly, depending upon the width of the gap. What happens if the gap is a wavelength wide or more? If that little gap right there in the pink, okay, this one right here, was the width of the wave. Shh, hey. If the gap is a wavelength wide or greater, what happens to the wave? One more time. Ladies in the back, stop. If, everybody pay attention, please. If the wavelength, and I'm on the screen right here, the one in pink, if the wavelength, the gap, is one wavelength wide or greater, what happens to the wave length? Or what happens to the wave? What? It's going to flow differently. How differently? Look at the picture here, okay? You've got a narrow gap. And because of the narrow gap, it comes out here and then starts filtering this way. But think about it. If the door opens, what does the wavelength do? Just goes straight through. It doesn't get diffracted. Okay. So diffraction is most noticeable when the size of the object or the obstacle is close to one wavelength. Okay? Diffraction is not noticeable in everyday life because we don't gear our eyes down that precise. Okay? We just look at things and they're just all coming and the light's coming in and we see the colors. But if we put it down into microscopic pictures, then we have kind of what we have on the screens. Now, the slit diffraction, it happens as light experiencing diffraction passes through the narrow slit. Okay? So, you got white light coming in. You got a single slit in here, but after it goes into that single slit, the wavelength or the spectrum widens out, and then you have your spectrum of colors going on. Okay. The antinodes is the term for the light fringes of the pattern produced by the slit diffraction. Okay. So if you look at this picture, the antinodes, you've got your wavelength right here on the, and I'm trying to talk so the DLs know what I'm pointing at. The little arc, or the little, what? Okay, what looks like a green wave right there as it goes out and then comes back in and out and back in. So you got the antinodes, are the green arrows, pointing to the gap, the larger gaps. Okay? Term for the light fringes. The nodes are your dark fringes, or where the wavelength is coming closer together. So on all this. So you got your node, and your node. Node would be over there too. Antinodes would be where it's the wider part of the wavelength. Diffraction grating is just a simple device that uses diffraction to produce the spectrum. Okay? This can be done in several ways. Okay? Yes, sir. C or D? B? Okay. Now, a common type of diffraction grating consists of a glass plate with thousands of parallel microscopic grooves etched in it. Okay? Microscopic because you can't see it without a microscope using. Each groove acts as a slit to cause the diffraction. A pattern of nodes and antinodes all start forming to create your spectrum of light. So in our stellar spectrum, we have what's called a spectroscopy. This is any scientific technique that analyzes a substance or phenomenon by observing a light spectrum. What's the purpose of them? To identify the substances in a laboratory. Okay? So they'll use these. The Doppler effect is just your method used to determine the speed of a moving object, ranging in size. Okay, so police use Doppler radar to point it at you. They point the gun at the moving car, and with the Doppler determine the motion of the object, they can determine how fast you're going just by pointing the gun at you. Okay, we determine that by a train coming down the track or an ambulance coming down the road, the sound of the ambulance. Okay, getting closer, getting louder, and then all of a sudden it passes and getting softer as it goes. The Doppler effect. We could use the Doppler effect also to determine amethyst. That's one. And I'm not the senorita. Okay. Okay. They also can use the Doppler effect in determining the composition of stars. For light, the change in frequency is minute unless the relative speed of light source and the light receiver is extremely fast. Okay, so you have to have coordinates or appropriate material, equipment to determine this. At ordinary, Gabby, that's one. At ordinary speeds, the change is too small to be detected by the human eye. Okay, so again, you need some special equipment to do this. Defining polarization. This would be on page 7 of your notes. The polarization of light. Different waves of light are not always polarized in the same plane. Okay? Polarized means just a beam of light containing waves that all vibrate in the same direction. Okay? Which gives you a clearer picture. Okay? This is why also, and it has a little bit more to it, but this is why in sunglasses polarized ones will give you a clearer vision than just a distorted, just a covering of your glasses or tinted lens. They're vibrating the same pattern, therefore giving you the clear. Methods of polarization, you start off with reflection. Selective absorption, a method involving using a special filter to absorb any light. Light waves that are not vibrating in a desired plane. Okay? So your polarized lens takes things out, or allows things through, thus giving us a more clear picture. Okay? Quick lesson. 8.2, quiz 16 tomorrow. Reading pages 198 to 201. Now also, we are up to the end of this on Friday. We're going to start test 6. Okay? Test 6 is your semester test. Can we stop and just listen? On Friday we're going to start test 6. Test 6 is your semester test. So we're just a tad bit behind right now, but not drastic, okay? We'll finish it next week, so it will be your first grade, one of your first grades for next period, or next quarter. Now, probably, looking at what's coming up, after tomorrow, quiz 16, we have 8.3 and 8.4 to do. Can I talk? We have 8.3 and 8.4 to do. Those will go for next quarter's grades. Okay? I'll just postpone them until then, because I don't want to deal with any makeups or anything at that point, or give you zeros. Help you out in that regards. So everything from Wednesday on will go for next grading period. Are you leaving tomorrow too, Amethyst? Are you going with Bella and Jen? You're not? Okay. Yeah, but not in class. You'll be here for this class, as far as I know. Because Bella told me she was leaving for 3 days, and so maybe you were too. Okay. So, anyway, please make sure that you are getting your makeup work done, getting it in. Get those zeros changed into something more positive, or something positive, because zeros are definitely negative. Okay? DLs, that's going to conclude today. I think I've covered. Oh, DLs. One thing I forgot to tell you in Bible. Verse quiz Friday is Proverbs 15:1. Proverbs 15:1. Okay? Yeah. Okay, that's it. 8.2, quiz 16 tomorrow, and 198 to 201. We'll see you later.
All right. Welcome to Algebra 1. We're going to get started. We're on 4.8, which starts on page 149 in your textbook, page 149. We're going to deal with 4.8. Now, shown on screen at the moment is an example of a linear inequality in two variables graphed, okay? Which is fancy speak for saying that we can not only have x is less than something, we can say x plus y is less than something, okay? In which case, the correct answer is a line that's shaded. So we're going to go through this. It's actually, go away.
What page again?
149. Siri. Sorry, I probably should have been clear. No, just.
They say shut up.
I mean, I don't want to be here, so.
Anyway, silence. Yeah. Okay. All right, so we're going to talk about how to actually graph one of these things, exactly what is involved, and things like that. So, first of all, remember that or we start out, with the idea that everything is a line. And so help me put up the chalkboard. There we go. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're told to graph 2x minus y is greater than 3. All right, and so basically we can do this through any method of graphing we've learned so far. Just basically treat it as equals. Okay? So one piece at a time, and we're going to handle that. So let's figure out how we would graph this thing in the first place. We could just solve for y equals, or we could solve for a couple of intercepts. Either way is fine. Personally, I lean toward the y equals, so that's what we're going to do. So then we're going to subtract 2x from both sides. Negative y is greater than negative 2x plus 3. However, we have that negative y to deal with, so now we're going to end up with y is less than 2x minus 3. We have to take negative 1 times everything to get rid of that negative. Okay, does that make sense? So this right here then is something that I can work with. So I know that I'm going to start at the point 0, negative 3, and I'll have a slope of 2 over 1, right? Look familiar? Okay, which, mind you, we did 0, negative 3, so down here. And hold on, one thing at a time, okay? And then if we go up 2 over 1, I can't see what I'm doing. Up 2 over 1. You all see what I mean. Okay, moving on. Cool. All right, so now the reason why I bring this up, okay, is because that's how we get the line. Okay, don't worry about the shading yet. Okay, that's how we got the line. Now you'll also notice, do you guys see how the line is dotted?
Yeah.
Okay, the reason for that is look at your original equation.
I mean, it's like ridge.
No, just look at the original equation in the book. Okay, notice how equals is not an option. Okay, since equals is not an option, that means you're going to do a dotted line. Like before we did an open circle, okay, that's the same thing with the dotted line, is what it's telling you that you can get as close to this line as you want, you're just not allowed to be on the line. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you stringing this?
Huh, yeah.
Okay, cool.
All right, so that part's done, and we know dotted line because we don't have equals. All right, so far so good?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the line. So now the only question left is which side do I shade? Okay, now I know because the answer's been on the screen. But how do I figure that out? Well, when you're graphing, and I have a very crude graph here so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Okay, we're going to have this, we're going to have this, and we know the line does something along these lines. Okay, you would obviously do this on your graph paper and figure it out as you go. Of course, that line is dotted. Neh. Okay, cool. All right, so that line is dotted. So the question is, do I shade on the left or the right? Okay, all we do to figure this out, okay, is we pick 2 points, one on either side of the line. So I could pick 0, 0, because that's clearly on one side of my line, right? Okay. And then I can pick some other point over here. Let me go to the actual graph because I don't remember what the points are. Let's pick 2, 0, because that's right here. So let's pick 2, 0, just something on the other side of the line. Okay? So I'm going to pick 2, 0. Oops, that's actually on the x-axis. I'm aware you guys can't see it. I'll fix it in a minute. All right, so this will be our test points. Okay, does that make sense? Okay. What doesn't make sense there? I'm sorry.
Yeah, look key.
I don't get what we're doing with the graphing.
Same.
Like the coloring part.
Yeah, why
That's what. Don't worry about that yet. That's what I'm trying to tell you guys. We're trying to figure out which side to color right now.
why we have a colored in it to begin with?
Because I had the graph ready to go. Because I was demonstrating what we were trying to do.
No, I'm just asking, like, why is there a red? Why is there red? Like,
Why are we shading? Because anything under that line will work.
oh, okay.
Okay. Let me finish this example and then I'll walk you guys through it again. Okay? So let's just talk through how we figure this out because it's one of those things that makes more sense as you go. All right, so in order to test this, what we do is we basically just test a point from either side of the line. So let me section off a bit of work here. Okay? And we test this off. You don't have to make the grid. That was just for me. All right, so first of all, if I want to test, first of all, I should probably use the pen. All right, so if I'm going to use 0, 0, okay, then that means 0 must be less than 2 times 0 minus 3, right? Because we plug in 0 for y and x.
Oh.
Okay? If I'm going to test 2, 0, well, y is still 0, must be less than 2 times 2 minus 3, because, again, x is 2. Does that make sense? Okay. So now we solve them both independently. 0 must be less than 0 minus 3. 0 must be less than negative 3. Is that true? No. Okay. So this side doesn't work. So now check the other side of the line. Even though I'm reasonably sure, I double check because one of them has to work. And if neither side works, that means I probably graphed my line wrong.
Okay, wait. So what happened to your 2 in that part of the equation?
2 times 0 is 0. Okay, cool. All right. Because 0 is not less than negative 3. Negative 3 is less than 0. There you go. Okay. So 0 is less than 4 minus 3. 0 is less than 1. Is that true?
Yes.
Yes. So then this is the side I'm going to shade. Because everything under the line is an answer. Okay, that's how that works. So we get a graph that looks like this once we're done.
Yeah, kind of get it.
That's exactly what I have down here in the corner, just, actually like neater.
You're gonna have to work it through then on the
Okay? So here's what I want you guys to do. Think through with me, okay? One step at a time. Okay? We know we're going to get a graph with shading. Okay? And here, again, the reason there is when we have equals, we know the solution has to be on the line, right? That line is our set of solutions. Okay? If it's less than or greater than, that means it can be anything on either side of the line. It just can't cross over. You guys follow me?
Yeah.
Okay? So that's what we're doing. We're figuring out, first of all, where's my boundary? That's the line. Okay? Just like before. Okay, hold on just a second, and I will come back to you. Huh?
The person that keeps asking you to practice and things like that, you have the game.
I don't know how you would know that right now.
Then what?
Uh-huh. Anyway, yes, it's fine. All right, so let's think back to when we were doing the dots on the line, right? Okay? You would start out, if we plot x equals 3, you just fill in a dot on x equals 3 and you're done, right? But if it's less than, then we shade a side.
Yeah.
Okay, let's back it up. Let's back it up. Okay. X equals 3. At 3, we filled in a circle.
Yes.
At x is less than 3, we left a circle open and proceeded to shade half our graph. Okay. Now the only difference here, okay, is that now I have x plus y. Well, if I had x plus y, or let me just solve this for something I can work with. If I have y equals x plus 1, I know that on a graph, it's going to look something like this. Nope, plus. It's going to be above. There we go. It's going to look something like that except straight.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So now all I'm doing is, what if y is x less than x plus 1? Well, it's the same idea. I still leave an open line and shade to the left, or shade to the negative.
Oh, and then you just put the dots where,
Does that make sense?
Yeah, now that makes sense.
Now, the only thing is it's not exactly always clear from the equation which side to shade. So we take one from this side,
You have to
1 from this side, and figure it out.
Oh, that's easy. Okay, I get this now.
Okay? That's the whole point of what we're trying to do.
So basically you're just instead of one line, you're just doing it on a graph.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We're doing what we've been doing this whole time. We just added a variable. So now we have to consider more than one variable. Okay. Then pay attention to example 2. I don't know how else to do this. All right, so let's look at example 2. I do have the graph pre-done, but I'm not going to show it yet. I'm literally only going to walk through piece by piece, and then I'll show you guys the polished graph once we're done. Okay. So first step is solve for y so we can graph, right? Okay, so let's just do that. So we subtract 7x from both sides. Okay, there's no like term, so it just gets tucked in there. 3y is less than or equal to negative 7x plus 21. Now we're going to divide both sides by 3. Yes, brain just froze hard there. So y is less than or equal to negative 7/3 x plus 7, right? Okay, none of that should be new. Okay, we're good? Okay. So what we're going to do then is on our graph, and this is going to be a rougher graph because I'm literally just going to like kind of sketch out what we're doing. Okay? We're going to go up 7. So there, that's 7. Nope. Okay, that's 7. And then our slope is negative 7/3. So I'm going to come down 7 to the right 3. Here's my next point. So these are my 2 points that I'm going to need to graph. Okay, this is at 3. Okay, does that make sense? Okay. So at this point, first of all, my question here before I draw my line is equals an option. Really?
No.
Is equals an option?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Okay, since equals is an option now, my line becomes solid.
Yeah.
Okay? So it's not dash. It's only dash when equals is not an option. Okay. Now that my only question is, which side do I shade? Okay? And so I typically grab something with a 0 in it, if at all possible, because then it makes the math super easy. Okay? So I'm going to grab 0, 0, because that's clearly on one side of my line. You can't use 0, 0 if your line goes through it. Okay, does that make sense? You can't use a point your line goes through. So you need one from either side. All right, and then I'm going to go ahead and I'll do 5, 0, because that seems like it would, wait, no. Yeah, I'm going to do 5, 0 anyway. I'll end up with a fraction, but that's okay. All right, so that'll be my 2 tests. So I test, first of all, with 0, 0. I get 0 is less than or equal to negative 7/3 times 0 plus 7. Is 0 less than or equal to 7? 0 times anything is 0. Yeah. So 0 less than or equal to 7? Yes. So we're going to end up shading this side. Now, we already know that, but you always do both sides just to double check that you did things correctly. Okay?
Okay, and then again, to get rid of 7/3, you're just multiplying by 0.
Yeah, it's multiplying by 0, so that goes away.
All right.
You good?
No, wait, how are we knowing what side goes to what?
Oh, wrong button. Wait, why isn't undo a option? There we go. Wait, what? No. Aw, it's saved. Okay.
My jaw feels
Rip. All right. So 0 is less than 7 is true. So the side with 0, 0 on it gets shaded.
Oh, okay. And how do you know if it has 0, 0 on it? It's not what the line isn't going to?
You pick 2 points. It doesn't matter. Does that make sense? You don't have to use 0, 0. I just do it because the math makes it really easy.
Yeah, but I'm saying is,
So I picked one on this side of the line, and then I picked one on this side of the line. Doesn't matter what I grab. I just have to keep track of which side of the line that's on.
okay.
So 0, 0 is on the side of the line because I picked it from that side of the line. and then I picked 5, 0 for this side of the line. I know this side's not going to be shaded, but I'm going to double check it with math to make sure, because if either it says neither side or both sides, I did something wrong. Does that make sense? So I always want to double check. And so here, y is still 0. It has to be less than or equal to negative 7/3 times 5 plus 7. Ew, why did I do this to myself? So that means 0 must be less than or equal to negative 35 over 3 plus 7, which means then that 0 would have to be less than, oh, why? Why did I do this to myself? Ew. This gives you negative 11/3, I think. Okay. So that don't work, right? That's clearly not an option. So we're not going to shade the side with 5, 0.
Oh, okay.
Does that make sense? Yeah, so you choose your own points. So when I show the correct graph, if I did this right, hold on, that's not it. There is a button somewhere. Hey, look at that. Notice the solid line. I'm at 3, 0. And if I come up here, 7, 0. And look at that, the left side is shaded.
You mean 0, 7.
Oh, yeah, sorry, thank you. Look, I'm trying to read it from all the way over here because I can't see the graphs. Okay? Sorry. All right, does that make sense though? Okay, is it making more sense as we go? Okay, let's keep going. Actually, yeah, that's fine. All right, example C. Y is greater than 2x. All right, this is where that's going to come in. First of all, it's already solved. Yay. Okay, so let's go ahead and go straight to the graph. First of all, is equals an option? No. Okay. So 0, 0. Good. Oh, rip. I have to start with 0, 0 because there's essentially a hidden plus 0 there. Okay? Because if you add 0, it doesn't change anything. Okay. So because of that, we start at 0, 0, and then my slope is 2 over 1, so I'm going to go up 2 over 1, and it's going to be like right about here. Okay? And then I'm going to graph my line. Sure, that looks straightish. All right. You all okay over there? Yeah. Okay. So then I'm going to grab, okay, I'm going to do negative 1, 0, and I'm going to do 1, 0, which is right here, okay? And purposely grabbing those because they're on either side of the point. Notice I can't use 0, 0 because I used it in the line, okay? Oh, shoot. Is equals an option? No. So this line has to be dotted. Sorry, forgot about that. Okay, make sense? Okay, listen up. All right, then, brain froze. We're going to check each side. So first of all, let's go ahead and check negative 1, 0. So checking this point. I have negative 1 is greater than 2 times 0. Is negative 1 greater than 0? No. Okay. Negative 1 is not greater than 0. Negative 1 is less than 0. That's what negative means. Okay. All right. Then if I take 1, 0, well, then I end up with the same thing. I get 1 is greater than 2 times 0, so 1 is greater than 0. Is that true? Yeah. Yeah, so we shade this side. Okay. If we go over and look at our graph, give me a second. Okay. And you would just plot the points just like what I was doing on the sketch. But notice, gentlemen, silence. Final warning. Put away the shoes, this ain't basketball practice. Or game, or whatever it is you got today. You're in math class, act like it. Okay, so y equals 2x. First of all, notice again, we started at 0, 0. Okay? And we can go up to over 1 for our next point. That's vaguely close, but yes. All right. Then, wait. Yeah, I got that. Oh, rip. Durr. Hey guys, what's the first thing in an ordered pair? Oh, I messed up. Okay, I'm gonna erase a bunch of stuff.
We'll just laugh at the end. What's the difference?
I feel like an absolute idiot right now. Okay, remember this is your x value, this is your y value. I plugged it in backwards.
Oh.
Yeah, hence why I'm going, oh, durr. Okay, so y is 0 and it's greater than 2 times negative 1. Is 0 greater than negative 2?
No.
Yeah, so we shade this side. Rip. Guys, quiet down. If I have 1, 0, remember this is x and y, silence. So you get 0 is greater than 2 times 1. Is 0 greater than 2? No. No, it's not. So that's why the left side is shaded. My bad. But do you guys see how... Okay, so real quick, make sure you guys don't make that kind of mistake. Yeah, that was the reason. Yep, that was it. Don't do that that way. All right.
You should go back to get
You should be quiet.
You're freaking wrecked. Get the absolutely destroyed, Brad.
All right, does that make sense?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Be quiet.
Aside from my accidentally plugging it in
I can't
backwards.
say anything else because he's the teacher. He just smacked the punch.
Hey, everyone quiet. It's not that hard. Just stop talking. Thank you. What did I just say? Example D. Now, y is less than negative 3, okay? Oh, goodness. All right, look at the book this time. All right, so if I start out with my x and y axis, do you see how y is less than negative 3 would... First of all, should my line be dotted or solid? Dotted. And so y has to be less than negative 3. So do you see how that's just going to end up being this at negative 3? Yeah. Whoops, rip. Okay, it's going to just end up being that, and clearly less than is going to be down here. Like, does that make sense? And so that's really all we needed to do there. Whoops, if I reset the zoom. Cool. See, that's it. What are you talking about? It's below negative 3. What are you talking about? It's on the screen. I'm confused. Okay, cool. All right, y'all see how to do this?
Yeah.
Makes more sense?
Yeah.
Especially once you plug it in the right direction.
Yeah. Don't mess up.
You be quiet over there. All right. All right, did I have exact things assigned? I don't remember. Not yet, so let's not be talking in my class. All right, your homework tonight is practice 4.8 blue problems. Practice 4.8 blue problems. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's only 8 questions, which is good because it's graphing.
Yeah.
Okay. Practice 4.8 blue problems. All right, and distance learners, I'll see you guys later. Oh, real quick, hold on. Listen. The very next page, on page 153, you guys see review of linear inequalities? That's due Wednesday. Blue problems will be assigned. Non-blue problems are bonus. You will have tomorrow to work on it. Okay? So just letting you know those are coming up. Also, test 4. Listen. Test 4 will be Thursday, Friday.
And test 4 is our
And I believe you guys have a quiz on Wednesday. Hold on, let me look.
Dude, we're already in chapter 5 after these two.
Yeah, we're actually like...
I thought we had like a whole nother few. We're not even in chapter 2.
Anyway, quiet down. No, we do not have a quiz It's just a test.
I'll turn in all my homework like
As soon as possible because I'm getting caught up on grading. All right. Distance learners, I'll see you guys later.